Okay. We should be able to talk with no feedback.
There's feedback.
How do we mute that one? So we shouldn't be able to hear anything over there.
Let's see what input is.
I think we're working. I think we're up and running.
But that's until somebody connects to this Zoom, right?
So their sound should still come through here. What our problem is with the Zoom is that when the YouTube over here, it also pushes it through the owl. So we hear it and then we hear it again.
So how can
Testing. So that's what it's supposed to be?
Yeah, the only reason I can hear you is
Okay, so somebody connected from the outside. Okay.
but as you've seen in the past, it doesn't always work.
I'm always tempted to channel airplane. And now batting for Manny Moda. Do you know that line?
Okay, we're gonna call to order the board meeting for February 19th, 2025, and we'll start with the pledge.
There you go.
All right. I pledge
Allegiance
allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we do have a public comment.
You take the call first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Miriam here, Mark,
Here,
Christine, not currently here, but confirmed she's on her way. Dr. Reyes,
Here.
Judy, also confirmed she's on her way, but not currently here. Mr. Ham,
Here.
Ms. Miller. Here. And Langston and Sophia, the student reps, were excused from this meeting because it is during break.
Miriam, when we have people join, can we announce them just for easier
Yeah.
recording?
Mhm. All right, so
and the time we're starting at,
it is 6:09. So we'll start with our public comment.
Clifford? Yeah, you just stand next to the table.
Wherever you want.
Yeah, wherever you want,
Okay.
wherever's comfortable.
I'm not a parent, I'm not an employee. I live about 50, 75 yards straight up the hill. I'm concerned about your viability financially. I'm also retired, but my whole career was related to education and helping education. And I didn't have the materials that were passed out at the last meeting, but, and I feel like I'm coming into chapter 17 here, 23 chapters. But it's your responsibility to look at the budget deeply. And it seems like you don't have a chief financial officer because you're not that large. And I don't know who looks over the finances. I don't know who it is. I'm not challenging your integrity. But as a board, you might want to look more closely at some of these expenses. For example, the Charter School Management Corporation seems to be getting $6,166 a month. And if that's 12 months, you might want to equate that on a per student basis and compare that to your other revenue sources and see if you're getting your money's worth and see if there's any way to reduce that. Also, from the last handout, last meeting, I don't understand why, I guess your landlord is the Pacifica Bandini LP, why it seems to vary from month to month. But I'm not gonna go over this in detail because I don't wanna sound like I'm nitpicking. But I want you to be financially viable from year to year because I don't wanna lose this property to the landlord. Because there's no telling what the landlord might do to it. Might be a 20-story apartment complex with no parking. So good luck to you. Again, I'm not being critical of anybody or anything, just watch your money.
We appreciate it.
Thank
Thank you so much. Okay, any others?
No, no other speakers, left. Madam Chair.
Okay. So just to, Christine and Judy, they just walk in, so.
It's the timestamp.
6:11.
If you hadn't dumped all that paint on the off ramp.
Right, so.
Please, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
so board member comments or correspondence. Dr. Caseta?
So I just want to reintroduce myself to, I see some of you folks familiar, Reyes Quesada, professor at the University of San Diego. Been on sabbatical for about a year and a half, just came back last week, so looking forward to being back on campus, but also joining the team here. So step track in terms of what has been going on throughout the year and a half, but I'm glad to be back physically.
Welcome back. We're glad to have you. Okay, reports. So we're gonna skip the student report and we're gonna jump into the financial report with Janina.
Hello and good evening, board members. This evening, I am presenting Old Town's second budget revision, excuse me, for the year. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so here we're looking at the summary page. For the second year budget revision, we have the actuals from the beginning of the year, so July to the last closed month of January. And that's in this first column here. Then in the middle column, we have the current year revision 1. This was the budget revision that the board last approved. And that was, we were looking at a deficit of 847,000 at that time. Now with the current year revision 2 budget, we are now looking at a deficit of 943,000. So mainly when I'm going through my presentation, I'm going to be mainly looking at the middle column and the column to the right of that. So the first revision and the second revision, and comparing those amounts in the variance column. So you will see that for the average daily attendance, we had that decrease by 7, and we had total enrollment decrease by 1. So therefore, the LCFF revenue decreased by 90,000. For the other state revenue, that increased, and that was mainly due to placing all of the one-time funds onto the budget. And then going on down for expenses, you'll see total personnel expenses have increased by 25,000. And then we have other operating expenses increasing by 92,000. So I'm going to go through these line by line. All right, so as I mentioned on the summary page, I'm going to go ahead and be focusing on the middle column for the first revision, and then the second revision and the variance. So as I was mentioning on that summary page, we have a $90,000 decrease in revenue, and this is mainly due to the enrollment and ADA coming in lower for the second budget revision than what we have.
I'm sorry, Janita, can I interrupt? Do we have this sheet you're looking at now, or do we just have the summary page?
Looks like all we have is summary.
Okay, I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure that I was looking at the correct information. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted that clarification, make sure I was following properly. Thank you, Janina. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Okay. So now here going on down to the federal revenue, you will see that we have special education decreasing by 4,000, and this is mainly due to the ADA and enrollment. Moving on down to other state, you will see that this is increasing by 111,000. So we have the mandate block grant as well as the state lottery. These increased, and this was mainly due to the rate increasing after the governor's budget had come out for the year. And then we have all other state revenues in the amount of 108,000. And that is actually broken out into multiple funding sources, which is down here. So as you can see, we had an additional ELOP funding, which we added to the budget for 50,000. And then we had some kitchen infrastructure grants that we also added to the budget, and then some Prop 28. So those were the big movers as to how we were able to increase the other state revenue. And then we had some prior year state income that had come in as well. So moving on down to local revenue, you will see that there are increases in your interest income and then fundraising. We earn these obviously as they come in. This we don't obviously have an allocation for. So as the funds come in, that is when we are earning them. All right, so then now we are moving on down to the expenses. So you will see for teacher expenses, we had a position that was in the classified salaries that was in the 1100s, and we actually moved them into the 1300s. So there's no change there. It's just a wash. And then moving on down to the classified salaries, you'll see that this has increased by $20,000. And this was mainly due to the hourly rates of specific individuals that had made those increases. So with those changes in salaries, we obviously have some increases with benefits that go along with that. And then moving on down, we're now looking at books and supplies. So you'll see that this has increased since the first interim budget by $36,000. So as the actuals start coming in and some of these have exceeded the budget, we now have to benchmark that for the new budgeted amount. And then moving on down for services and other operating expenditures. One item here is the operation and housekeeping services. For this bucket, I noticed that some of the IT services were being coded here. And so we had already closed the books, and I had already spoken with the office manager notifying her that we have a different line item for IT services, which is where, of course, right now I'm not going to be able to find it. Here it is, 5877. And so it was being coded to 5500, which makes it appear that we are over budget. Essentially, we will reclass this, and that reclass will happen in February. But with accounting, once we close the books for the month, the expenses fall where they lay, and we can't open the books back up. We have to reclass it in the following month. So as of right now, it is appearing that $24,000 is unfavorable, but we will be able to reclass this in February. And I hope that that makes sense. Is there any questions on that? I don't think so. Okay. So I'll go ahead and move on down here. So then with professional consulting services and other operating expenditures, you'll see that this has increased by $92,000, and this is mainly where the SPED expenditures are coming from. And then district oversight fee, this is 1% of your LCFF funding. And so since the LCFF funding decreased, this also decreased. And then at first interim, we had expense suspense, which was some expenses that were not allocated into their specific buckets, but we have since been able to allocate those. So we were able to remove that from that bucket. So moving back up here is that we are looking at a deficit of 943,000. But as I was mentioning, we do have that reclass in the operation and housekeeping for about 24,000. So this amount could potentially, with that reclass, go down once we do take that reclass into consideration, that we would more so be looking at a cost save. So it'd be closer to about 920,000. Are there any questions on the second interim budget?
I guess I have the one question in regards to why were things allocated from IT and not in housekeeping and budgeting? And then I didn't see the itemized list in accordance to, we had some things that we had taken off the housekeeping list that I think that we're back on there, but we can we can discuss that, you know, at another time when we have our meeting, but I
Yeah, so
didn't.
to answer your first question about the IT. So what happens is that Charter School Management Corporation, they receive an allocation sheet from Old Town's office manager on all of the invoices that are coming in. And because, you know, we're not on site, we have to be essentially told and allocated out, is this a operation and housekeeping service expense? Is this an IT expense? So the office manager will tell us which one of these buckets it's supposed to go into. So when items are being sent to us in the wrong bucket, then they're being coded improperly. So when I'm going through and I see on the budget, wow, we've blown out the budget by $24,000. What has happened here? And I go and I investigate it. Then I see, well, this looks like it was an IT invoice that was coded into operation and housekeeping.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. So that pretty much concludes my presentation for the budget. I do have the January check register, which I can also pop on the screen. And then one other thing is the second interim budget requires board approval, but I actually did not see it on the agenda under approval items. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's awareness.
Are the revisions scheduled at the beginning of the year? Is there another one gonna happen, or is this it?
So we have 3 budgets throughout the year. There's the adopted budget, which happens right before the year starts. Then there's the first revision budget, and that happens around the November timeframe. And then we have the second interim budget, which is what I'm presenting now, which happens in February. And so this will be the last budget revision. However, there will be another item that I bring to the board, which is the estimated actuals. And so that allows the board to see how we are anticipating to end the year compared against the second interim budget revision.
Okay. So since it's not on the agenda today, we put it on the agenda for next month and approve it?
So I actually have to put the second interim budget on a district template, all of the numbers that are approved. And I have to send that to the district. Their due date is March 10th. And I believe that Old Town's next board meeting is after the 10th. And the district requires that it be approved before.
Is that something, Janina, in the future that you can flag to the school when you're sending your materials? That way we know.
Standard, it happens every year.
But just in addition to knowing every year with transition of people on the board and people in the office and different responsibilities, there might not be the same people preparing it from year to year from our end. But since you guys know it, I think it would be helpful to us to also just so that, you know, we all are moving towards that same effort.
So when would you, I guess, just
difference when there's a thing that needs to get on the agenda, if it can be flagged to the school so that we know to agendize it.
Okay.
That would be. Okay.
I'll make sure that I communicate that with the office manager then.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
we'll have a special meeting too.
Yeah, we'll have to do it.
Well, I have to.
All right. Any questions? Anybody questions? I have a question. The check register that was printed out has a lot of dates, all the way from July to current. Is this what we're looking at as for the register?
Oh, I see. I must not have pulled it just for January, so my apologies. Let me go ahead and pull that. Or if you would like, I can provide it for the next meeting, whatever you prefer.
Well, this gives us,
You just gotta find the cut line.
you gotta find the cut line for the month, right?
Exactly, which is prior to.
It
Isn't it the
doesn't,
10?
but it's not,
It'll have like 5 things on it.
yeah, I was gonna say, it's
Okay.
not that it's in chronological order.
Oh,
So for each thing it
Oh.
provides, so
Yeah.
it would be cumbersome for
yeah,
us to go through it in this
Yeah.
meeting. I think.
I agree.
I do have the January up on my screen. And I can go ahead and send this over to Devin and he can, share it with the board as well.
That would be great. Thank you.
Of course.
Can you also share it with Melody, Janina?
Yes, sure thing.
Well, then we'll approve January and February in the next meeting.
Sounds good.
yep.
All right, any questions for Janina before, Janina, are you do you mind
What's that?
hanging back?
What do you need?
Over close.
Oh,
Okay, so we'll move on to teacher report.
thank you,
Ms.
Janina.
Miller.
It's so, oh, I'm sorry. Did you need me to hang on and stay for the meeting?
No, that's fine,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. Before I start, the teachers wanted to say thank you to Miriam, who donated supplies for our kindergarten and first grade outdoor play area. Both Natalia, who's our first grade teacher, and Elizabeth, who's our kindergarten teacher, wanted you to know that the students love their new food and their play kitchen. Okay. We are already midway through Q3 and the teachers at OTA have been working really hard at the start of this year. We finished up iReady Diagnostic 2 testing in January, and all of the teachers have met with admin to review student data to use it to help our students meet our goals for our final diagnostic coming in the spring. At the halfway point of the school year, OTA students have met 64% of their annual growth towards their math goals and 84% of their annual growth goals in ELA. Results like these, students and teachers have a lot to be proud of. Teachers are also working really hard to help prepare their students for our quarterly PBL projects. We welcome all of the school board members to come see our student projects during our exhibition day on Tuesday, March 18th at 2 p.m. I'll also have the breakdown of what each classroom is doing. I just didn't have enough time to print off the breakdown for everybody, so I'll have that at the end of the meeting. This month, OTA teachers participated in lab sites. This is during the school day where teachers were able to come in and observe their colleagues teach, something that's rarely able to occur. As a middle school teacher, I found these lab sites incredibly beneficial to my teaching. Being able to observe my colleagues' lessons, classroom management, and how they interact with their students really made me reflect on how great of our team is here at OTA. And I got a lot of takeaways that I'll be using in my classroom as well. The way Mr. Peathers took complex science topics and made his lessons really feel like a conversation and not just stating facts was something that I wasn't used to as a student. I also loved how Ms. Fernandez used a hands-on approach when reviewing tests. They were doing art projects as well as reviewing. I also got to see my students present the current events. Which is something that I don't usually see in my middle school classroom. I also loved how our ELA teacher, Ms. Ashkenazi, was going over how to structure a research essay, but doing it with an essay that had to do with the Grammys that had just occurred 2 days before. So just making things so relatable for our students was something that I never know what's happening because I'm over there teaching math all day. So it's really cool just to see how awesome our whole team is, and I look forward to when I get the chance to do that with the other grade levels, so I can learn more from the other great teachers here at OTA. Moving forward, I know I talked about, the OTA teachers' preferences for the 2025-2026 school calendars last meeting. But because I know we are talking about them today and they're on the agenda, I wanted to kind of just review what the teacher preferences were. Of the 4 example calendars Devin introduced to the school board, the staff overwhelmingly voted for the calendars with the August 18th start date and the one that aligns with the San Diego Unified School District, that would be the August 11th start date. Some of the factors that were important to teachers when choosing these 2 calendars were Halloween falling on a minimum day, conferences not falling on major events such as Halloween or Jogathon, the amount of weeks in each quarter being equal length, and quarter 2 falling the day before winter break begins. Both the calendars that the OT teachers preferred best fit that criteria. When speaking to teachers on their need of adding more minimum days to the calendar, as discussed in many past school board meetings, teachers said that they would like to move forward with adding minimum days each week, with renew and release being their preferred choice. During our 2 minimum days since our last school board meeting, we used our first one as an SOS meeting discussing specific student needs, which is always highly beneficial to our professional development and student support. Our second minimum day was used as work time in our classrooms while we waited for Bob here to review our classrooms for our core knowledge visuals in our classroom. This minimum day was really helpful catching up on the hundreds of things that teachers need to be doing in order to keep their classrooms running smoothly and effectively every day. I know personally, myself and many of my coworkers work very late into the evenings almost every day. So minimum days like that really are beneficial to minimizing the workload and stress that we have been feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Miller? Anybody? I have a comment. Per Mr. Ham's request, I did do a school visit into the classrooms. And I just wanted to say how impressed I was, not just with middle school, but I went kinder first. I went to the elementary school grades. And it was really impressive to see the effort that all teachers put into their classrooms, decorating it, the effort they put in to give the students the time that they need. It was really nice to see, and it gave me a whole different perspective into the everydays of what goes on in the school. So
Thank you
that
for
was,
doing that.
yeah, that was a great suggestion. I encourage you guys all to do it.
I encourage everybody to do that too.
Yes, and Devin walked me around. He doesn't have to, but it was nice to have him to point things out that I wouldn't have thought to look at or to notice, and so that was nice. Okay, Melody's report. Melody, did you print out the enrollment numbers? Oh. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I included our current enrollment, including our wait list, which is wiped at 0, and new applications thus far. For kinder, we have 24 enrolled with 25 new applications. First grade, we have 13 enrolled with 10 new applications. Second grade, we have 22 with 3 new applications. Third grade, we are at 19 enrolled with 3 new applications. Fourth grade, we are at 21 with 3 new applications. Fifth grade, we are at 27 with 9 new applications. Sixth grade, we are at 22 with 7 new applications. Seventh grade, we are at 22 as well with 2 new applications. And eighth grade, we are at 23 enrolled with 3 new applications. And our ADA is still at 93%.
Thank you. A question, when you say new applications, this means from open enrollment, correct?
Correct.
And so for me, like using myself as an example, when I enrolled, I had the same confusion as a parent I had last year with whether there was gonna be a code sent to me, if that was gonna be from the school or from Schoolman. I heard no code, then yes, we need a code, and then I heard it was gonna be sent from the school. Then it was Schoolman. I never received a code, so I missed the first deadline. So in order not to miss a second deadline, I just reapplied as I applied as a new student, which from the group chat and talking to parents, they seem to be having the same issue. So my question is, these new applications, does that include me?
That
Because,
does not.
so you guys transferred all the parents who applied, who re-enrolled as a new student, yeah, over to,
So Schoolnet pulled that, because it was supposed to roll over, and the code that they roll over from last year, the current enrollment to complete the re-enrollment for the upcoming school year. So they did combine, I did see a few of those, they did combine those applications that were duplicates.
okay, so Schoolman combined those.
Yes,
Okay,
so it's not considered a new application.
okay, so none of these are dupes of what we currently have
Correct.
students.
Those
Okay,
are 25 new kinder and so on and so forth.
okay. Okay, any questions for Melody? No, thank you. Right, real estate, Mark.
I actually have something to say.
Oh, okay, please share.
We, the district approved and we've closed escrow on a new building.
Nice.
And-
Wait, what?
Yeah, a
When did that happen?
few minutes ago? No, it's been a long process, but it's a fantastic location. And, there's a lot of work to be done the next 2 years, to get it ready for us. But, it will be a huge improvement on where we are now. It's right next to Fashion Valley on the Penny side, if you know Fashion Valley, 1350 Fashion Valley Road. And,
It's the old Wells Fargo Bank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
correct, the ATMs will not be there,
That we know of.
that we know of, or connected.
We can teach the kids.
Yeah.
Experiential, math calculation.
Exactly.
Locking themselves into the vault.
I would like to say, I'm sure on behalf of the board who wasn't involved in the day-to-day of everything the real estate committee did, we appreciate the hard work. I know it's been a lot of hands in the pod, throughout the years, so
Mhm.
thank you guys for doing that and getting this over the finish line. And, you know, thank you to Chris and everybody else in the background as well, who also helped and supported.
Yeah, Walker and all the people that were
Yeah,
doing all the
Years
sorting
before.
through all the millions of potential locations and,
yeah, all of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was just over hundreds of locations over the years.
And we don't have to change our name. We're close enough, right?
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Old Town Academy at Fashion Valley.
There you go, there you go.
It's a Fashion Valley.
There you go.
Fashion Valley.
And there's a lot of new building going up around there that we can draw from.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
residential, that
Mhm.
we discussed, yeah, I think that's great.
So anybody that wants to be in that school should be coming in now.
Right.
Perfect.
That's it.
Thank you. Really
Great
appreciate
news.
it.
Wonderful.
Don't worry.
Okay. Any questions for Mark? Anybody?
Great job.
Or for Devin real estate? Okay, for discussion, my turn. So, I know we did this, we're redoing it again because of an error. We are reintroducing our appointed members to the board, which are Dell Raymond and Alvin.
Balthazar, yeah.
Okay. I printed out their bios. Do you guys want me to read them out loud? Or are we? Good.
Sure, you get to read them into the record.
Okay.
You are.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy to read these into the record. I will start with Del Raymond. Del is a dedicated mother of three with two sons currently attending Old Town Academy, where they have been students since kindergarten. Over the years, Del has been an active parent volunteer, contributing her time and leadership to the school community. She has served on the Gala Committee and most recently as president of the OTA Parent Foundation. Professionally, Del has been a trusted realtor for the past 10 years, serving clients across San Diego County. Her deep knowledge of the local market, commitment to excellence, and passion for helping families find their perfect homes have made her a respected name in the industry. Whether in her professional life or volunteer work, Del is dedicated to building strong communities and meaningful connections. Alvin Baltazar. Alvin Baltazar was born and raised in Houston, Texas, graduated from Ross S. Sterling High School in May 2005, and entered the U.S. Navy, attending basic training in Great Lakes, Illinois in August 2005. With 19 years of active service as a commissioned officer, he has served on 4 naval ships, deploying 7 times in the Asia Pacific and Middle East regions. He now serves as the officer in charge of Tactical Naval Readiness, Group 3, Point Loma, California. Throughout his military career, he has earned the following awards achievements: Sailor of the Year, Sailor of the Quarter, American Legion Spirit of Service Award for Volunteerism, Honolulu Pacific Federal Executive Board for Exceptional Community Service, Admiral Arlai Burke Surface Warfare Operational Excellence Award, Military Outstanding Volunteer Service Medal 2 times. Hobbies: enjoys public speaking, fishing, restaurant, tourism, and travel. Kids at OTA. Alvin has 2 children that attend OTA. Oldest child recently graduated from OTA and is currently in high school. Family: Alvin has been married to his wife Ashley for 17 years and has 4 children. Education: received his associate's degree in supervision and management from Coastline Community College and bachelor's degree in general studies from Columbia College.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have any questions for Del or Alvin? Any comments? Nope. Okay, perfect. Okay, Parent Foundation report, Corolla.
Stand
Or whatever, however you're comfortable, you can stand.
Do we want
Don't
to,
we vote
I would vote.
for appointments?
It's listed at the bottom, but you guys can.
Oh, that, we can do it at the consent, okay,
It's listed as one.
okay, that works.
All right. Corolla, however you're comfortable, you can stay seated or you can stand here or however, whatever you.
Or run around the room while you.
On one.
Thank you, but however you're comfortable, if I stand, I'm still the same height, so.
Okay.
Here. Most of you know me. Yes. You don't know me, you don't know me. I have been in OTA for 3 years now. Extremely active in the community. I jumped right in when I first got here as a parent. So nothing, it was just, it made sense to just step in and take this role mid-year. Our last meeting was on February. We had 2 meetings due to the change. One was held on February 4th, the other one was held on February 11th. Which in that one, they appointed me as the new president for the foundation. Just following our bylaws on how to work around this during mid-year resignation. And my position will be open in April during our elections, since this wasn't the plan. The gala chair, we have also a new gala chair, that chair also became open recently. Gabriela Silva and Sylvia Cepeda were nominated and voted in during the past meeting, and they're going to be co-chairing for that position. The communications and webmaster position are still being held by me So that's a lot of work. And those will be open also during April for the nomination, just because the access are there. So I'm not going to step down to train another person from here to April. And the president still has the access to that, so I'll just try my best to cover all the bases. Recent community events, we had the volunteer social at Hawana Way. It was coordinated by Grace, our volunteers coordinator. And we had a seminar for parents, late in January. Our treasurer coordinated that with one of our sponsors from the Yogathon, the lawyers in Eugene. So they gave a seminar on trust for the parents, which had a very good turnout. The middle school dance was hosted by the 8th grade parents. I hear it was a total hit. I don't have middle school scooter, so I didn't go. The upcoming events, we will be having a morning coffee on the 28th here at OTA right after Friday flag. The coffee will be donated. The idea behind this is to create community and try to see if someone in the community actually wants to donate that coffee for those gatherings in an exchange of coffee for sponsorships.
How much coffee do you need?
We are thinking starting slow for this event. We are going to provide coffee for 25 persons.
You need ground coffee or fresh, like made?
She is bringing these thermals with the
Oh,
coffee.
yeah.
So,
I can, on behalf of the board, we can donate the first coffee for your first meeting.
I will get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. We are also using that moment to encourage people to join the gala committee. The gala obviously is our very big next event. Which before that, we have a movie night on March 14th. You're all invited to join in. That's usually a very big event for us. The gala, please mark your calendars. April the 12th. It's going to be a Saturday because we have been here in our community, and last year being a Friday and right after Grandparents' Day, it was like too much. So the committee for the gala is already formed and they are working on all the details. More of that will be coming up in the next weeks. It's part of the committee. Upcoming foundation events and updates. We have that movie night that will be hosted by the 5th grade. Room parent Kara has been working extremely diligently to plan this event and has secured some very nice donations that will be raffled during the event. And Kona Ice Truck is going to be present and they will be donating 20% of the profits made that night. Our gala theme is Support Sip and Sparkle. It's going to be uploaded at some point before the month ends to our website. And the committee is already formed. They're working very hard, very diligently on all the details. We invite you all to be present at the event. Huge thank you to Gabriela and Sylvia for stepping up and co-sharing for this event. The students already made their letters for the sponsors, and the teachers have already started thinking about their experience that we usually. That's a very high ticket item during the event. And we have already gotten some donations and sponsorships. So that's very big. We wanted this year to actually have something to raise funds for during the gala. And my question was answered. There was a question there. So the kindergarten and 1st grade play area
was our main concern in trying to upgrade that area, and that was like our main focus for fundraising. But we were told that it had to be something movable if we actually secured a new location. So that might have to be thought out better. But
More inclusivity.
yes. So question answered.
Yeah.
Our second one is a long standing ask from teachers, and is trying to get enough funds to get them smart boards. And lastly, supporting the robotics teams, since the competitions have been like a very big thing for them. And we are trying to maybe help with providing transportation for those competitions. So that's going to be also one of the things that we're going to be fundraising for. No updates on grants and awards. Technology updates. Again, I'm kind of a one-man show, so calendar and the website are on the works. Everything is going to be put in there at some point, hopefully before the month ends. Our foundation elections are on April. We have a few rollouts this year. People there are either their kids are graduating 8th grade or not coming back to the school. So those positions will be announced and open. Hopefully it's going to be announced on March, so the people can have an ample time to see, read about the positions and nominate themselves or others. As soon as the idea is, as soon as the April meeting is done and those votes are in, we can transfer knowledge, and as they can assume their roles on June 1st as according to our bylaws. And lastly, our classroom events. We are going to be sending this week the midterm check-in email for the room parents to just see what they need, if they're their needs, any questions, any there's a lot of events going on the second semester, so we want them to be prepared for that. And ongoing and pending items, school calendar is very important to us, so we can plan the dates on activities for next year. And I will very much like to leave that ready for the next person. Dates that we need to get in place for this semester: talent show, poetry contest, field day, and the spring concert, if there's going to be one. That's it. Thank you. Thank
you.
I do have a question. I know it was mentioned in the last foundation meeting, but can you remind me how much the gala raised last year? And the reason I'm asking is to see if we're still, historically, the foundation has always given or donated, I think it was like 90,000 to the school, 95. So I wanted to see if we were still on track, or if you guys were still on track for that.
They voted it down to be 75 like 2 years ago, I think.
Okay, and on the approved budget, there's like an itemized on everything that we were going to be supporting this year for. The gala last year did not bring so much. It was like 13,000
after expenses, right?
But we did vote for our budget for this year before that event. So what is on our budget is actually allocated with the 90,000, with the, like, everything, like activities, fundraising, the yogathon, everything. So for next year's budget, it's going to be tricky.
And then field trips are also included in that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, any questions for foundation? No. Okay. Principals report, Devin.
Okay, I actually got a lot on mine. I'll try to move quickly. First thing is just a reminder that the 25-26 enrollment is open. We opened it up on January 29th. That was open enrollment and re-enrollment. Re-enrollment technically closed February 12th. However, if you do have a student here who needs to be re-enrolled, please email. We can still help with that process. But open enrollment for the 25-26 year will close down on March 27th. We'll have a lottery of the new students, and then we'll start to create a wait list that follows that until we open up school in August. There are, I did put in front of you guys 4 calendar versions that I brought here before. I am asking that we pass one tonight. On multiple occasions, I've had people ask about start dates and spring breaks and things like that because they're wanting to enroll. And I haven't been able to tell them the answer because we don't know currently. So would love to get one of those voted through. Just a quick breakdown of them. The 4 different options. There's the San Diego Unified School District version, the Labor Day start version, the August 18th start version, and the August 25th start version.
So can you tell me which is which?
Yeah, the first one was.
They're all defined in the calendars. In the corner, there's a name of them.
First year.
And I believe,
It's
Okay, and they go
USD,
in this order. So
Yeah,
this
they-
one is
Labor
the-
Day.
yeah, they should go in the order I
Okay,
just
first one's
listed
Labor
them.
Day.
And then, I believe, and Ms. Miller, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said the San Diego Unified version and the August 18th version were the teacher's choice, so just throwing that out there.
Oh.
August 11th.
August 18th,
18th was their number 1 choice, right, Ms. Miller?
18th was number 1,
Number
11th was the number 2.
yeah. So just wanna put those in front of you. You guys, will be able to discuss those and decide which one and approve it, whichever one you guys decide. Hopefully you're able to do that tonight. Any questions on, the enrollment or the calendar options before we move on?
But I just wanted to clarify with the enrollment.
the top 2?
That there will be, for people who never received the code, the opportunity to smooth that out.
To re-enroll,
Awesome.
definitely, 100%.
Okay.
They just need to
we
reach out to us if they're having trouble with that
So
at this
what,
point, so we
what
can.
was
get
the
it.
issue with that? Because I think we had the same issue last year.
Yeah, so, it's my understanding that Schoolmint is sending these codes, but they're sending codes to the very first email that was ever put on file. So as an example, if a student started here in kindergarten and now they're in 8th grade, that was 9 years ago and people's email may have changed. So it's sending them in different directions and not everybody's receiving it because of this. Some people are receiving it and they're able to do it pretty easily. The ones that aren't, we can kind of do it on the back end, which is what we've kind of stepped in at this point and understood that was our process, so.
I haven't changed
So the
my
bounce-
email. I'm still at Hotmail, so it's high school. That
Did I already say that?
There's the problem.
You're the youngest.
Yeah, I don't know the answer, maybe the spam
I never,
file.
and I looked in junk, I looked everywhere. I never received any emails for outside of, the school, like,
Sure, the application
Yeah.
stuff.
from Schoolmint or anything. So I just, yeah, I hope that the enrollment
It's not
issues,
losing, we're not losing.
yeah, we're not, missing out on potential re-enrollments, and we're also not, it's not contributing to miscounting our
Sure,
enrollment
numbers,
for,
We
which
will,
will affect our budget.
yeah, we will spend the next 2 days verifying some of these things, because if there are people who needed to be like re-enrolled, and maybe we haven't heard from them, we want to reach out to them anyway, so, that'll
Is
be.
there like a bounce back, like, if it bounces back, then
No, that'd be on the Schoolmint side.
that's.
Yeah, it
I'm
comes from
curious to
Schoolmint, so we wouldn't
okay,
know
so
that.
They will aggregate that list?
I don't think they share it.
Yeah, I too never received
Yeah.
the code. I received an email also, which I'm guessing was from Schoolmint, though it reads from being from OTA. And still didn't contain the code. So
Code, yeah.
I mean, the bottom line is I think we should either reach out as a group to parents or maybe individually if you haven't heard from people, because there
Yeah,
is, and I did not have problems last year, but this year I'm having problems that people reported last year.
Yeah, and it's real sporadic like that, right? Like you didn't have a problem last year, but you got a problem this year, and it's like some people are role changing as well, so it's a very strange thing, to be 100% honest, and we haven't figured it
Yeah.
out.
It might be worthwhile to take the population that you send the newsletter out to and say, you should have gotten the code.
Mhm.
And if in fact you
And
haven't,
if
Yeah,
you
reach out
haven't,
to us.
please reach out,
Mhm.
exactly.
Yeah.
And eventually we need to figure out why this
Yeah.
problem is
Turner,
reoccurring.
2-minute phone call, still interested, cool.
Yeah, like that's some steps we need to take anyway, so. Any questions on the open enrollment or the calendars?
I guess so the 18th option that the teachers prefer, that ends the end date then is June 5th. Okay. And I guess my question maybe for you is, why is the 11th a second choice, I guess?
If you look at the second option and the fourth option, my old one had a whole breakdown of these things, but like parent teacher conferences on the second and fourth one are currently on Halloween. So I'd be dressed up as Shrek.
Which I thought was great. When she brought that to me, I felt like that was great. There was no problem in
That
that.
might be second
Easiest
to
teacher conference you've ever
meeting
had.
3 years ago on Javathon. I was sweaty.
Yeah, there you go.
The quarter two doesn't end on the break. On either of those days either.
So that, and what I meant was sort of like, why do you like two? Cause you spoke on why you like one, so it doesn't even sound like it's a low option two.
Say it again.
Like, and my thought was that sort of you also liked things about the 11th option, the San
I
Diego.
preferred the 11.
Oh, okay.
It was like, I would say it's probably like 55-57% of the teachers picked option, the 18th option. It was like 49% liked the first option, and Coach Kalaki wanted the after Labor Day. It was pretty half and half, yeah. I wanna say it was like maybe one or two teachers more than the 11th was on the 18th, so. They had, the majority was the 18th and then the 11th, and then nobody picked the last one. There was nothing really great about that one.
Am I reading this right, that professional development days are only 1, 2, and they're only 3 days out of the year?
Yes, you're reading that correctly.
I thought PD days were also half days.
The minimum days are, but these are what you asked for to be like non-instructional
cool.
and like,
I see full
so they're like
days.
marked yellow in this one, so you
Okay.
can now
So
see them as
these
different
PD
days.
days are days that the teachers are here.
A
but
full
the
day
Students are
The
not.
students up,
Okay.
right? So like, actually, if you look, the weeks before, like the week before school starts, that's actually a whole PD week too. But I didn't count those dates because they weren't like in here, those were
Yeah.
like already added days.
Okay. Can I just say as a parent, my issue, and I know I was part of the problem because I voted on the calendar, that I didn't like, that I'm not liking with the calendar is that when we have a half day right after we come back from a long weekend or a holiday weekend. That,
Creating like a 3.5 day week,
yeah.
basically,
Mhm.
yeah.
All right, we need to get everybody back in the swing of things. We gotta take a break.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's time for this year, but I think what could be helpful, maybe looking forward to years in the future. Is I know in the past, there's, in addition to polling the teachers, families were polled, just so we can get the feedback on. What works for families, so that we're not choosing a calendar that causes. Maybe a lot of difficulty for families and impacts our retention. And I mean, even that is a majority thing, like for instance, I think for me, I was all over the Labor Day calendar. But now if I end up having one child in San Diego Unified and one child not, I like the earlier start date because. So that there's, longer than 1 month that everybody is not in school, so. But then parents who have one child and independent and one child here might prefer the Labor Day, so.
Okay. Okay, any other? Go ahead, Mark.
What would affect, our chances of landing new students more? Starting earlier or starting later?
Yeah, so this became the argument the year that I came here. The argument was that we needed to start earlier because then the kids would come here and not leave. But the results showed that there wasn't a difference really between starting the week after or the week before. It seemed to be about the same number for us. So I'm not sure that there's a correct answer to that question. The data that I've seen since I've been here, like the actual situation, it hasn't rendered us any results either way.
So if they're gonna apply and jump, they're gonna jump anyway? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what I've interpreted at this point. yeah.
Okay.
So you're saying, I remember there was that year that we started, was it earlier that we
We
started?
started earlier and I think
And
we
then people
started behind.
came, and then if they,
Yeah, there were
Can
some
take
kids that
the
left
options of
once
the-
San Diego Unified opened up, like they just brought them here and then gave them a week here and then took them to the next school.
Can we just lock the door? Is that?
Yeah.
I think it's illegal, but we
I
can
think
try.
that's probably illegal, yeah.
so I guess, what is the thought process? If we started
What I would-
early, if we start later, then we could be someplace.
My gut says that starting earlier benefits us, right? But because then there are people here and they're already used to a routine. But the data has not shown this to be accurate, so I don't wanna stand by it. This is just like a feeling in education that I've, what I've seen, what I've experienced. Once people start to come to a location, it builds a routine, people get used to it. But that doesn't mean that
Or they
that's
see that
accurate.
it's so good, or, that
Yeah.
they really like it and their child's happy that they,
Yeah.
that they end up, staying and stuff. So.
Yeah, so I mean, that's my gut, but there isn't anything that I've seen that actually proves this to be true right now,
Right.
so.
So I wonder sort of with the teacher's preferred choice, we would be trying the opposite, which is people starting San Diego Unified, and if they found that it wasn't to their standard or liking or what have you, and if they've gotten it here, then we could get movement.
And Ms. Miller, what was your preference? 1 over 2? Why 2 over 1?
I prefer the August 11th start, because I prefer a shorter summer, more breaks. That's always been my philosophy. But majority of the teachers, work summer jobs. So they need to continue their summer jobs, so the 18th start date, was better for this.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments on A or B in my report, which are open enrollment and or school calendars?
Well, I think that the point you just raised about making, I mean, I like to say teachers are working summer jobs, they get an extra week off before the start of the year. So I think that's a key thing to think about. is
That's on which option?
The 18th.
Mhm.
Not to go against what you're suggesting, but I
Right.
do think that that's a key thing,
That's more.
you know,
important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
to
I agree with that.
enable teachers to be refreshed when they
Start.
start. And not coming off of working, for camps or summer schools or what have you.
And Devin, once we vote on a calendar, if we vote on one today, we adjust when we come to. We can always adjust it,
Yeah, as a board, you can always change it.
not
If
like,
people
the-
start putting stakes in the ground for.
That's what I say, the
vacations
problem is
and-
people start putting,
not like
Yeah.
the start dates, but like the minimum dates and things like that.
like they can be changed.
Yeah.
You guys can change anything, the San Diego Unified voted, 2 years ago for 3 years of calendars out, and they've already taken 2 of them back.
I guess what
So I
I'm
mean,
trying
you
to
can do that anytime you want.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that if we vote on a calendar today, it's not gonna be dismissive to the teachers as for half days. We can still
You can
incorporate.
still add them at any point. You can go
Okay.
back and say, we wanna make minimum days every week on the calendar and make them on Monday now, and we can change all of that, and that becomes a vote for you guys, so. that's not a
Okay, I just
problem.
wanna make sure that by voting on this today, it doesn't take anything off the table.
It doesn't, it still leaves it on the table.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about A or B?
So this at this point doesn't really contemplate that.
This does not take in any of that discussion.
Okay.
This just continues with what
What
has
started
been
it.
in place since I was able to get minimum days added.
And then do we have are we still doing the President's Day week, which we're currently on?
Ski week,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, February.
President's Week, yes, President's Week.
Oh, okay. I would like to make a comment, when we got here, my daughters were younger and it was ski week. And my oldest asked me, Mom, are we going skiing? And so I really dislike the name of that.
That's
but
why we
it's-
changed the presidency.
Why-
That's exactly why we changed the
That's
presidency.
President's Day.
I just wanted
That's
to
what
clear
it's
that
for
up.
anyway. Okay,
Okay, perfect.
Alright, any other comments on the ARB?
no,
Okay, I would like to give some time here to Mr. Watts. He's gonna go over the mid-year LCAP. This is something that, the state of California requires the school board to review and approve at the mid-year. This is just a review of the progress of what you guys voted on in, I believe, August to push through. So Mr. Watts will go ahead and give that report.
Yeah, so last year was the first year that, LCAP required a mid-year update, which makes sense, so let's check our progress. So, you guys have the report in front of you. So I'm just gonna go through the highlights more for, the report's kind of meant for other stakeholders, parents and whatnot. So, starting with the first goal, which focuses on conditions of learning. Just a couple of highlights, in our progress. So we continue to maintain 100% good repair, in our facility. I know that we're looking at moving, but, we are keeping things in repair while we continue to be in this facility. Instructional materials, all students and teachers have full access to standards aligned instructional materials. I forgot to mention if you have any questions as we go along, and I am on page number 2 and 3 right now. Course access, everything continues to have access to a broad course of study, aligning with state academic content and performance standards. And then for our first goal, looking at our expenditures, as of our mid-year, we expended approximately $285,095 on facilities and $442,763 on certificated staffing in line with our projected budget. Any questions on goal 1? Okay, so I'm going to go down to goal 2, which starts on page 7. So goal number 2 focuses on our achievement in English language arts. So going over the highlights there, starting with our state testing and iReady assessments. State testing, as you know, as parents, that happens in May, so we don't yet have that data available to assess our progress, but we did just get our iReady assessments, and I think Ms. Miller mentioned these numbers, and I know Mr. Phillips is also going to mention them, but we are at 85% of students are making, we're 85% of our students are making annual typical growth in English language arts. Our English learner progress. So we can't, I'm in the middle of testing that right now, but due to restrictions limit our ability to display individual student progress. But we do remain committed to supporting English learners through instructional strategies. And then our expenditures, we have allocated $10,161 for internal assessments and $425 for academic data tracking. Any questions on goal number 2?
Yes, I guess my question on goal number 2 is, are just these numbers based on iReady or state testing or both?
So state testing for this year won't take place in May. We'll get that until May. We'll get that over the summer. The
Okay,
numbers that I gave, the highlights that I gave were for our iReady testing.
okay,
And that's our growth from when the students took the test in September to when we took it in January. That's where we did that 85% for English language arts towards our goal of.
oh, okay, so these are just this year's data. No, I was thinking it was looking back for last year, which we had completed.
No, it's just looking at this
Okay.
year, so it's just, like I said, it's the whole reason we do this report is to, how are we doing?
Okay,
Throughout the year. So
Okay.
we'll evaluate it at the end of the year as well as approve the new next year's LCAP coming up.
okay, so then when do we evaluate something that includes the May testing? If I assume we're evaluating this, does that not go into the LCAP?
Yeah,
Because
it
at the end of the year, we still
Yeah,
won't have
gets,
the
it
state.
gets evaluated
scores.
next year.
It's just the way the testing takes place. We don't get it over the summer, so it becomes a factor in I wouldn't say that it's always lags a year behind, basically.
Yeah, so that is never captured by the LCAP, just other,
It's a year behind.
It
okay,
is, but it lags behind, yeah.
okay, so it's just not in this
Exactly,
number two.
exactly.
Okay.
It's not gonna be-
Mm-mm.
And I forgot to mention at the beginning, a really big part of this whole LCAP process is that we have an LCAP committee that meets about once a month. I did have to reschedule it. We're gonna meet on Monday. But the committee consists of all, stakeholders. We have parents, teachers, myself, Mr. Phillips, community members, that are part of it. So, moving on to goal 3. Goal 3 is a lot.
Oh, sorry, how does the 85% compare to the county or state?
So 85% is based off of, that's a number based off of the state. So,
Okay.
I think Mr. Phillips, I asked you about.
Is it the iReady?
Yeah, no, it's not based off the state,
No, it's
right?
not based off the state, it's based off the nation. So basically what it
Right.
says is it takes the entire country that takes iReady, which is a massive amount of kids, there's a number for it. And then what it says is, this is what is typical growth, and it defines what that typical growth is. And then it says, okay, what you'll see in these are 100%. So while it says 84%, the goal for the year would have been for us to grow 100%, which means we're 34% ahead of schedule at the midway point. But I'll explain all of that when we get into the data.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll be taking it again in April, the final test, so we can hopefully reach 100%. So that's typical growth, and also something to keep in mind with iReady is it also has for each student, it has the typical growth, but also has the stretch goal in growth, so we want everybody to reach that typical growth, but even further. So then goal 3 is very similar to goal 2, but this focuses on our math and STEM achievement. So highlights for goal number 3. Again, we won't take the state test until May, but the numbers for our iReady, we are at 65% progress towards our annual typical growth. And the same idea applies that we are, 15% ahead of where we would hope to be this time of year. Science achievement, we will have, again, that's the same as, they take that at the same time as the best back testing. So we won't know those numbers. And then for our expenditures, so far, we've expended $10,161 on internal math assessments. And I believe the number was the same. I might have missed that for ELA, for reading. And that number comes mostly from our iReady program. Okay, goal number 4, and if you're following along, I'm on page 12. Goal number 4 kind of catches a lot of things here, client and engagement. It emphasizes fostering a positive school climate and promoting inclusivity. One thing that I wanted to point out, if you're looking at the numbers here, actually, I'll get to that at the end. The first thing is the LCAP surveys. Part of the big thing that with the committee is we're working on those surveys that, if you recall, as a parent, they went out last year to families. We're gonna be doing that again this spring to get some feedback on some key areas that are going to help influence our the next LCAP that we create, which you'll be approving in May. Our current ADA stands at 93%. Our discipline, I would point out that we are exceeding our goal for discipline. We're at 1% for suspensions. So we're a little ahead of that, and I think that has to do with a little bit stronger discipline policy this year.
Does that include in school?
It does all.
We have a 0 rate of suspension?
Expulsion.
Oh, I'm sorry, expulsion.
So
We should have a 0 rate of expulsion.
Our goal.
Yeah, I thought it was
Yes, we have zero.
suspension. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. But our goal was to stay for, our suspension rate was to maintain less than 1%. I was just pointing that out because we are going a little over that. Okay. And then This is one that if you saw the numbers here, I did want to point this out. One of the things that we were putting into this category was our emphasis this year on core knowledge. You know, we talked a lot about how we want to make that a big part of our school climate. And the number, our mid-year expenditure far exceeds what we budgeted, and I was working with Janina on this, and that's the reason is that some of the funding from our people who have come in to do the training and are looking over LCAP, some of those funds to pay for that went into this bucket, so that's why it exceeds that number, in case that jumped out to you.
Just a clerical thing, shouldn't the arrow be pointing the other way?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll fix that. Thank you.
Yes.
I circled it for you.
Thank you. That's my fault, apologize. I think that was the big highlights from here. Did anybody, I know I went through this kind of quickly, but I know you guys have had a while to look at that. Any questions on the goals?
This is the detail for what's here, summarized. Right?
That is different. That's going to
Different?
be just it's just Devin's presentation on our,
Okay.
on our testing.
Okay.
And then the last part was, question, yes.
Am I reading it correctly on 4.7, that there's a 22% chronic absence rate?
Which line are you looking at? What number?
Yes.
On page
So-
14,
Page 14 out of 16.
the first one.
No, so last year, this data comes off of the California School Dashboard from 2023, so again, it's behind. We did have a high chronic absenteeism rate. I feel really confident, and I wish that I didn't put this in here. I was speaking with Melody about this. If we were able to get a number for me to put into this report. And Devin, maybe you can jump in there, but I'm confident that our number is well below. I know we do.
Oh, yeah, we shifted that
This
one.
was something that jumped out, and we actually had to, I had to make an amendment last year to the LCAP of how we're improving that. But I mean, I think we are.
Yeah, it was a year turnaround. It was the
Yeah.
first year we had a big absenteeism. I think that was, I think a combination of things, but then, last year it was asked to make that a focus and we refocused on it and have maintained 93% since then.
Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, that was something that we did want to touch on.
Could we have a ADA of the 92% with 22% absence?
Well, this is from 2023.
Yeah,
This is,
but it says OTA has a 92% ADA for 23-24. Could we still have that with 22%? Right, on 4.6, is that, am I reading that right?
That's true, that does seem.
okay, yeah, I'm. That was our baseline data from when we approved the LCAP, so I'm not quite sure, I wasn't looking at that, I didn't focus on the baseline because this was from before, but that's a good question, I can look into that. I agree, that doesn't seem to add up.
Okay.
But I think in terms of our chronic absenteeism, thank you for bringing that up, it is definitely something that we've greatly improved upon. So the last page you'll see is our impact to the budget overview. So our adopted budget LCFF funds was $2,430,446. And as of our mid-year update, we are at $1,977,076. And our LCFF supplemental concentration grants, the budgeted $113,971, and we are at $93,249. And that concludes my mid-year LCAP update. If anyone has any questions, turn it over to. Yes.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yeah.
On 4.4 on page 15 of 16, it says class student incentive for attendance. What is that? Like where you give money to a teacher to bring in donuts or?
Exactly,
Okay.
the small thing. It was maybe a teacher has like a classroom incentive program that they give out, for play money or something. It's just those small amounts of money that we're giving to the teachers for any kind of classroom incentive, but it could be.
We kind of
Okay.
curved it without using that, so we never had to tap into it too, like a super lot.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr.
Cool.
Watts.
I have one more question. So if I'm reading this correct in the mid-year update, again, I guess we're just trying to divide the half from the other column, so we're at 93. So there's a variance of about 30,000. If you think that, you know, the mid-year would be 56,000 that we would have spent at this point. Is there
Why
a
is it
reason?
more than that?
Yeah, why is it $30,000 more than that, or?
I can answer the question.
Yeah.
So
or
what
something
happens,
on the other?
yeah, a lot with these things, so like, if it's like supplies or things like those purchases happen at the beginning of the year. So it's, a lot of our purchasing happens before school starts, which is what's impacting this and making it look like these then.
Well, one thing you can look at is the implementation level on the fourth column over. Some of them will mention that it's, you know, implementation is complete or ongoing, which impacts, you know, like Devin said, some of it's at the beginning of the year.
Most of it.
Most of it, yeah.
Other questions for Mr. Watts?
And if you have questions, please, if you get to study it a little more, please email me or reach out.
Okay, next thing is we're gonna look at state testing data and also iReady data, so I can give those updates. We are gonna look at iReady data first. So we're actually looking at middle of the year data, which means, Mr. Watts alluded to it earlier. When we first start school in that, like last week of August, first week of September, we have students take the iReady, which is really to get a baseline for them for the school year. Then we take another test in January, which is called MOY, middle of year testing. And that tells us how much students have grown to that point, middle of the year. And then we take an end of year EOY test that tells us how much a student has grown since the middle of the year, but also since the beginning of the year. So we can see that full. So what you're gonna look at to start with is iReady data showing what our growth has been in different grade levels and throughout the school since the beginning of the year, late August, early September, testing time. So the first page, what you'll see is OTA ELA data. This is for the entire school. A couple things to point out in this is, the first thing is, you can see up in the left-hand corner of the white box, it talks about total students being assessed. So we know this is how many students went into this assessment. Then what you see is a triangle in that white box. A perfect model that is always created by the government and by every department in education says that what you want is an 80-15-5 model, which means 80% of your kids are in green, 15% are in yellow, and 5% are in red. We don't make those marks, but to be 100% honest, I've never been in a school that did. This school actually gets the closest to those marks of any school I've ever been at. But that is kind of what they standardize or say is how your program should run. So I wanted to just kind of share those things with you. Then to the right, you can see the green, yellow, and red of each one of the different types of areas that are questioned on iReady. Those are phonological awareness, phonics, high frequency words, vocabulary, comprehension, literature, and comprehension informational text. And it's the same model. Green means students are on or above grade level. Yellow means they are one grade level below, and red means they're more than one grade level below. Then the box below, you have the annual typical growth. So at this current juncture, anything that is above 50% means we are exceeding what the annual typical growth is, because at this point, we're at the halfway mark when we take this test. 50% is the annual typical growth. If and we had many students who have exceeded 100% growth at middle of year, that means they've grown a whole grade level. Okay, now that doesn't mean, because I think a lot of times when we interpret data, we assume, oh, well, this kid's, you know, way ahead of everybody else. It could mean that they started off at such a low point and they may have grown 2 or 3 grade levels in this period of time because they're kind of getting caught up. So that also, it doesn't really take those into effect, right? It only takes where they start and where they're at currently. So in ELA for the entire school, we had an annual typical growth of 84%. And so that's the first page. I just wanted to kind of highlight things on that first page. Yes, ma'am.
You would say the perfect would be 80, 15, 5, and we're doing better than you usually see. What are we at?
60, 31, and 9. You can see those right off to the right of it.
I didn't see that. Okay, 60.
Okay, so then in math, kind of the same thing. We have an annual typical growth of 64%. You will find this as a theme. We are definitely better in ELA than we are in math throughout the whole, throughout our whole go around with our data. And it is something that we've looked to address because it's something that we've identified. And so that's kind of your math. And then we get into individual classes. So kindergarten, reading, 75% annual typical growth. Kindergarten math, 71% annual typical growth. And I'll just let you guys kind of look through from there, give you a couple minutes if you have questions. Take your time. I think you guys hopefully at this point kind of understand how to read the data. And then when you get to the page in the back past 8th grade that kind of says 2024 state assessment ELA, we'll kind of pause there and I'll kind of then explain what this data is.
I have a question on the,
Fourth grade.
It's-
looking at the Blue Star thing too, yeah. 4th grade ELA.
So 4th grade ELA is one to highlight without question.
Math is 4th and 7th.
Yeah, we got different contrast.
Okay.
So, we haven't really, ELA in 4th grade, I've really worked with her with small grouping and how to work with ELA, and ELA has really skyrocketed in her class. What I think has been, kind of the negative result of it is math has not. And so we refocused after this data point. This is something we addressed in our data meetings. Mr. Watson and I had data meetings with every teacher to talk about what data came back, what goals we had set at the beginning of the year, and how we wanted to work to kind of achieve, more success towards the end of the year. There were kids, who grew over 200 in their annual typical growth. So they'd grown over 2 grade levels in just this 6 months with us. So, and that definitely impacts this data as well when those kids do that.
Right.
So I just have another question in understanding this data.
Yep.
So I pretty much think I understand how you explained what you've explained with how you could grow 200% if you were behind a couple of years. So in the opposite, let's say you had an entire class of students who was at or above
Yep.
grade level, would that show like a low
It
percentage?
would likely show low growth, and the reason it would likely show low growth is twofold. One, you're already at a level where, if you're, we'll use 4th grade as an example, right? If you're already at end of year 4th grade at the beginning of year, and then by the time you get to middle of year, you still haven't learned anything that's gonna be taught that would advance that knowledge, because it's gonna be taught likely in the back half of the year, if that makes sense. So minimal growth, and in addition to that, what happens is it compacts in there to say, kids who predominantly are really high to start the year, we recognize a couple kids that, like, they're outstanding students, and we were like, well, they didn't grow at all, and it was because their start scores were so high. Yep, I'm aware. Their start scores were so high that they haven't been introduced to some of the material that would have grown them yet at this point. And so that is something that we kind of chatted about and examined, because we don't want kids to hit those marks. But this is usually the time that we're able to identify them and start to try to work with them to expand that learning. Because this is our progress monitoring tool to allow us to see that information.
So are we thinking about then providing those students with opportunities to be in more advanced levels so that they can be exposed to new material that they haven't already been exposed to if they're already having such high scores at the beginning of the year?
So the answer in general is yes, but I don't know what that looks like yet, because there's different pockets of those kids, right? Some of those kids are math kids, some of those kids are reading kids, and we got to design a plan that also fits our schedule with the people that we have in order to do those things. So stuff we kind of chatted about, but we have not put anything like plan wise down yet, because we were still, like, was it last week that we had our data meetings? So we're just now kind of getting through and sorting through the data.
Cause we have 5th graders that are in my 6th grade math
Yeah.
class.
So we've done this stuff already, right? We've been aware of it, but
We do have a lot more students that are below.
Definitely have more
National,
kids.
like, I agree that that's important to reach out to the kids that are ahead, but we do.
Yeah, we
a lot.
we have to start with the kids who are behind to try to catch them first, and so that's things that SOS does a lot for us. That's what those things are, to catch them. Because usually grade level teachers are able to identify those kids, they don't need a test, you know, when they're behind in different areas.
How accurate is iReady?
Very. I know you don't like that answer, but very.
I mean, I'm just gonna say, for example, there's kids that, you know, in their iReady, they're testing in fourth grade level. You know, like 3 grades, 4 grades down, but they're getting A's in honor roll. And I know like the explanation, and which makes sense, is that, you know, maybe there was rushed through the iReady, or the focus wasn't there on the kids' part and things like that, but it just seems to be, and not just with certain students, but I've heard this amongst other parents too, like that it doesn't, their kids' iReady testing doesn't match what they're doing in class.
So I think there's 2 pieces to it. The first is, you can, within iReady, it'll break down each one of these categories that I listed. So just as an example for ELA, phonological awareness, phonics, high frequency words, vocabulary, comprehension, literature, comprehension, informational text. And what it does is it breaks down for each child, each category that they're in, and says like, they're 8th grade in this, they're 7th grade in this, they're 2nd grade in this. And so like a kid can score astronomically high, but still be at a 4th grade level in one of their testing things, because that's not one of their strengths. Or they rushed that test, or they haven't gotten to teach that yet. They haven't actually been taught that yet in the class yet. So they're, you know, still.
They haven't seen it in the whole year.
Yeah, they haven't seen it in two years or whatever it is, because of the cycle of spiraling. So there's a couple different things in that, but when you ask like how accurate it is, it's super accurate, because it's compiling everybody's data across the country and constantly moving that line to say this is where kids are growing annually across the country, and so on and so forth. And there are definitely anomalies. You can have a kid who has a test day that they blow you away, and you literally look at their test scores and you're like, I don't know how this kid did this. Other days, same kid might be completely opposite. And then I don't want to broadcast this out, you know, in front of the kids, but at some of the charter conferences I've been at, they've talked about how their kids are aware of this growth model, and so they intentionally bomb the first test to start the year. So like the beginning of the year, then like they literally answer questions wrong, because then when they get to middle of the year, it shows that they grew, and end of the year, and they're aware of this. So not something I want to broadcast out, but it even shows through that, right? Like.
What else is this? Can I add something?
Sure.
I would also say, when you're talking about a test versus a grade, they're 2 totally different things.
I meant to mention
You can
this.
have a student who gets lots of support, who really puts in the time and effort, and maybe they don't have the, you know, they're still testing on a 4th grade level, but their grade is showing an A because they really put forth that effort. They really went to Miss Miller and got that support, or Miss Ashkan, whatever the case may be. So to compare them next to each other, I think is fair.
And I think in addition to that, because I was gonna say this, so I appreciate you bringing that up. Some kids, you know, you ask them to write a research paper, they can do that. You ask them to test, and it could be over the same thing, they just did the research paper over it and they can't remember it.
Yeah.
So there is that testing anxiety that exists in a lot more kids than probably what at least I was aware of as a student that were going through those things, so.
Okay.
Other questions on iReady?
Well, I guess just, it sounds like then iReady is measuring for us then the growth that we're able to attain, but not necessarily the level.
No, it also defines a level.
Okay, so how would we understand that from this?
We would not understand that from this, because what it's doing is leveling each kid individually. It may have a 4th grader that's doing 8th grade math, but you know, 4th grade reading. And so it levels kids in all different places. So there isn't like a standard level for the class, if that makes sense.
Okay, so there isn't a standard level for the class that we can see?
Not within this data, like, I don't think there is that metric anyway, right? Like what
We're
you're.
talking about, if they're on the green, they're on grade level, I mean.
As a class, correct, but what she's saying is like, is there you know, this many, I'm assuming you're talking about like, is there this many people percentage that, well, I guess it does give that,
Well,
right?
no, I mean, I think maybe that is the answer, or part of the answer to my question. We're saying that. the
It does.
green, but it's not broken out like.
It is. So I understand your question and Turner's right, it is on here. So if you look at page one, like just the OTA ELA data, just to go back to it as an example. 60% are in green. That means 60% are on grade level or better than grade level in our school.
Okay,
So but it doesn't define them broken out specifically to say this kid's on grade level and this percentage is above grade level. It just puts them together.
okay, yeah,
The
yeah.
yellow says they're one grade level below, so 30%, and then red is two or more, or is like 2 or more grade levels below. So this could be a kid who's 2 grade levels behind or 6 grade levels behind. They're all in
Okay.
that same category.
Okay, so there's, it's sort of, it gives it as on a little bit more aggregate basis, but it does. give
Yeah, it still
some
doesn't, I think you were at least I interpreted the question to say you were asking a little bit more in depth, but that, it does kind of break it down that way. So like kindergarten, as an example, has 83% of kids in green and 17 in yellow. The catch about kindergarten is preschool doesn't really exist, so it shows them a grade level below when really they might be really super far behind, but there isn't even that to show us as a marker, if that makes sense.
Okay, but for instance, I think, just say to look at the 4th grade, because it had that wonky number,
Mhm.
and I hadn't looked at that, like the ELA is improving 155%. But most, you know, we have a large amount of green and very little red. So it'd be interesting to see, say, like what that initial test was with kids coming in. Cause it's showing.
For sure. Now, that's what I do at data meetings. We go through
Yeah.
and look at, here's where kids started, what kids did you move? What kids still need this intervention or this, you know, and then we even talk about grouping different kids together in their areas that were missed and what that looks like so that we can start to sweep those kids up and get them, you know, the success in education that they need.
Cause similarly, again, it'd be helpful to see, because obviously a lot of growth has happened in ELA, and it says not that much has happened in math, but maybe they arrived at a low level.
Well, that's true too, but I wouldn't say that it's not that we're not growing, adequately in math, because we are, if you look at the numbers, we're
Well, I
still
didn't
at
say
that.
we were growing adequately, I just said that we didn't, the
We just-
comparison.
Yeah,
that-
we just don't match in as much as we do in ELA, and I think
Right.
just educationally, there are very intentional strategies with reading and ELA that you can do. That math, it's a lot harder to do. You know, it's easy to small group kids on reading levels for, you know, 4 to 6 weeks. It's really hard to like literally take math tests and go, okay, I gotta take these 6 kids for carrying because they missed it on this test. And if we don't do it now, they're gonna miss it tomorrow and the next day and the next day and so on and so forth. So it's just a more difficult process.
And you're working on writing and reading in all classes.
Um,
You don't do that in math.
Yeah, and then,
So just, sorry, so on the first page, it says tier 2 OT as a whole, it's saying 31% of kids here are under grade level performing.
They're 1 grade level below the grade level that they're at.
and so I think the other number that, to go back to Christine's point, is the 8th grade data seems to be a big growth number, not as big as the 4th grade, but again, both over 100%. Do you have any sort of
Well, so
thoughts on that?
we did have, I think it was last year that Mr. Watts's data, within 8th grade, they grew a massive amount in ELA, like, I could be wrong about this, but it was like 216% or something last year. And so he and I think, had a conversation about it, and I think it just, with it, and please, speak up on this, but I think it just kind of matches what we're teaching during that period of time, and there's a big growth. As far as math, my response to math is our wonderful math teacher to my left. She starts those kids in 6th grade and gets them, as we talked about, some kids in 5th grade, and is able to really move them over the course of 3 years. And from what I can tell, 8th grade tends to be a year where kids are like, they're comfortable with the process. They've spent 2 years with her and they're able to really kind of grow. You want to add to that, Ms. Miller?
Yeah, I mean, what I was telling my students is that the more you put into I Ready My Path, the more you're gonna get out of it. So if you're doing the lesson, listening to the information, like my path, to put it in perspective, you guys don't know what that is. The students take the diagnostic and then the program gives you a path. So this student, answered, area and volume, three-dimensional figures incorrectly. So they're gonna give them a whole curriculum based on that over the next 2 weeks. And, iReady recommends 40 minutes plus, passing lessons each week. So the more that they put into making up those skills that they answered incorrectly on the diagnostic, the more they're gonna get out of it, and the more they're gonna do well on their diagnostic, because these might not be the skills that I'm teaching in my current classroom. Like right now, I'm teaching graphing parabolas. None of that is on the iReady diagnostic, because that's 9th grade content, and this is testing at an 8th grade level.
That's a
So-
fantastic tool. I wish we had it
It's
when I was
really-
younger. Yeah, I mean, seriously. So who's implementing it though? Is it you or is it at home? If I may ask?
I treat it as a homework assignment.
Okay.
So they're able to do it within the Monday through Friday.
Okay.
But the 8th grade class as a whole does put in a lot of effort on their iReady My Path.
Right.
So that's why.
I didn't know if it was a group effort within like the classroom environment, like with certain sections of kids within that certain realm. Or
No, it's all individual based.
It could be used as a
That's,
tool.
I
Yeah.
was just curious.
You can use it that way. But
Okay,
So I would say, I don't want.
because that kind of promotes.
In middle school, it kind of becomes, because you don't have time, you have so much other stuff to do in a short amount of time, it becomes more like
Right.
a little bit on the homework on the parents.
Sure.
In elementary school, they do a lot of what you said, and then, there is class time because it's harder to rely on elementary school students.
Just trying to understand how, but that's a great tool that you guys are.
Right, so it's literally the questions that they answered incorrectly, it gives them a full curriculum, lesson, quiz at the end.
Yeah, it creates a whole path for them to improve in those areas.
Yeah.
Okay.
And is there a way to
Thank you.
tell, the 31%, the 9%, these numbers on the first page, what grades? they're
Yeah,
from?
we know all that from individual data.
The school knows it.
Mhm.
And can you tell if they're new students, returning students?
Yeah, we can tell those things.
Okay.
But you can also look through and actually tell on your own a little bit. So if you, as an example, if you flip through, it goes from a triangle to a pie chart, and that pie chart gives you all the same information below it, green, yellow, red. And it tells you where those kids are. So you can actually start to see the kids, you know,
Okay.
Oh,
and
okay.
what area they're in on those pages as well. So you can get a little bit of that answer anyway, like off this, but even more so, the data tells us, individual student data.
When we did our meetings, we talked about individual students.
Yeah.
So we just don't have time for this.
Yeah, we wouldn't drill down on individual students in a meeting like this, but we
No.
do with our kids,
Right.
so.
All right, great.
Any other questions about iReady?
Thank you.
Okay, I have 2 pages on the end of this that I wanna touch base on too. This is the return of our state testing and its data. So the last 2 pages, the way you would read this is, the left box is where OTA students scored. And then the right box is it compared to California. So in ELA, OTA is 20.7 points above the California standard of what the students in California are doing. And then if you turn the next page in the state assessment for math, our math students here at OTA are 44.8 points above the California standard line of where they're scoring. So just to kind of give you a comparison of our testing versus the rest of the state of California.
How come it says that number of students that took the math is 135 and for ELA it's 131, but I don't think we didn't, that doesn't match our.
Well, you have to remember that only certain kids take state testing, so that's like 3rd grade, 8th,
3rd through 8th grade.
Three
yeah,
through
3rd through
Oh, I
8th
see.
grade.
Oh,
So it's not all of our kids, that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, depending on special education things and different things, we may have kids testing in different departments and doing different
That's
things.
what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions on the state testing graphic? And understanding it?
Does it say why we declined in both math and ELA?
It doesn't really give us a lot of breakdown data on the state testing. But we can go in and basically see that, you know, we can, I think, look into specific areas. I haven't done that since this
Yeah,
one came back, but.
I know, we had an email conversation about one area that he pinpointed.
Yeah.
And the goal is obviously to get back into the green and blue, and I feel confident with our teachers and being a little more, effective in how we give the test. I think we can. Intentionally, yes, I think we can really boost these numbers, because, I think we can do better than this, and I'm excited for our testing.
Yeah.
But as far as getting like specifics, they don't give you a whole lot now. The
It's
report
really weird, like, that's why iReady is such a valuable tool to us, because we get all that information and we can monitor it and understand it.
So it shows that we're below standard, that we've declined. What did iReady show from year to year in those same years?
So iReady just, that's weird, because they don't, when you ask that question, they don't really match up that way, if that makes sense. What it's telling us is where kids are, whether they're on grade level, below grade level, what they need,
There's gotta be a
intervention.
Gantt chart for that, like a.
So there is, but you can even ask, like, even iReady will dodge it at certain points,
They
because.
changed the, like, the
The
bar
schematics
of
of
what
it? No,
early
no, no,
eighth
no, no. We
graders
need
is
like a-
different
okay.
than what it was last year.
Yeah, and like it shifts, and it's like a moving target each year to say, like, now the test is 87% accurate in comparison, now it's 83, now it's 92, and it
In
just like.
comparison to what? And so
It-
that would be the question I would ask.
I think that everybody else has taken it within the last year, right? Measurement.
Well, I think it's how the questions like match up with each other, is like an understanding of what is being tested is how it matches up.
So it
like,
changes every year.
Cause it changes every year.
There's also a written component to the ELA test that is not part of the iReady.
Right, there's not really anything like
That
that.
you can't, they're really hard to compare.
In the mathematics component, they are writing like essays about the math steps that they are taking. So like things like that, I've been adding to my curriculum the
That's
last
great.
year,
That's
just
great.
like.
Yeah.
Write your answer as a sentence, explain how
Right.
you got there, like this type of
Yeah.
thing, so.
Well, and I think Mr. Watts brought up a good point. One of the things that we've talked about is our kids may or may not know how to test in that environment, and like, you know, just
So I just wanted.
using the computer and just literally the mechanics and logistics of it, where it's taking them too long to answer a question, and then they're a couple questions behind because of understanding that. So sometimes it's as simple as training them on the usage of the program.
Now, is iReady helping with that? I
They're
wonder-
different programs. They don't, the interface is much different. So iReady, we're really good at, but you know, the testing only comes around once a year. So anytime we can get into pilots or things like that where we can get extra practice, I always take those options.
Right.
Is there? Okay.
There's practice
like
assessments
practice tests.
that students can be taking,
Take up to 99 times.
you can take it up to 99 times. I don't even know how they count that, but,
There's a counter, we'll tracker.
but like anyone can just log into the website.
Probably a web address, then, like an IP address.
Cause that's something even students can do at home.
Mhm.
The-
Right.
But, well, I mean, I guess what I'm wondering, just with the iReady is, it seems like if iReady is not showing a decline, then how do we know that iReady is actually helping us? I mean, if there's no
iReady
other,
is a measurement, it's not a,
It's not, yeah.
It's not-
Consider it, considering it,
It's a tool.
yeah, it's considered a tool, but it's the best tool we have in the area that you're also bringing up, I guess is the answer. But it's not, it doesn't match perfectly.
yeah, the improvements come from what Turner was talking about, where they
Okay.
get more focus on the math to bring that group up.
Right.
This is just
Okay.
measuring, yeah.
It just shows us where we need to.
focus.
Right.
But I guess, is the tool working to help, you're saying that what we want is to make sure we're doing in the classroom what's helping us to improve in the test scores then.
Well, I mean, it's gonna inform our instruction, so
Mhm.
iReady is,
Okay.
view iReady as like a progress monitoring tool and our best testing, you know, it's like an and kind of
And it
situation.
gives you additional like
Yeah,
direction.
It's gonna give us
where
different
to
paths
focus.
and different interventions for kids, and
Right.
even like
It's a good.
you can get a full report of it where it will group kids together and say, these kids need to work on informational text. And like,
Yeah.
that way teachers can literally formulate groups and like work with the kids that can work together to enhance in those areas.
Okay, and I guess my point then would still be that at some point, maybe it's too new with using iReady, but we do need to, I think, look at, is iReady with what they're having us do, how they're informing us of things, is that giving us the right information? You know, because we've switched to iReady, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago.
You guys switched from maps to iReady before I got here.
Yeah, and,
It's been more than 3 or 4.
Yeah, and I would,
5
say
years
it's the
ago,
best, it's
whatever.
currently the best tool out there. I mean,
Okay.
I don't think you could go to any place in education right now where they wouldn't say that it was one of the top 2, if not the top, tool there
It's
is.
just how you utilize the information.
well, I mean, maybe that's then the thing to consider, but in other words, I just wanna make sure that we're, as a policy, keeping track of how we're utilizing the information to make sure that we're utilizing it in the best way, and
Right,
make
so
sure
they're
we're
saying
collecting
to
the
have
correct
special groups,
data.
whomever needs certain like tutorials or whatever it might be, that they could categorize those children together and then move forward.
Yeah, I mean,
So, whether it be on the high end or the low end, like if your kid is like accelerating and they're doing really well, we want to put them all together. And not to say that, just to,
yeah, that's
explaining that
definitely true.
properly?
I think what, in addition, you know, like, a lot of times, like, iReady data is just printed out and given to the teacher and expected to
Right.
run with it. And we have meetings to kind of zone in on the areas that
Extrapolate
iReady's
the
coming out.
information, yeah.
And it's, you know, from my experience, it's a practice of teaching teachers to read data, because like, during my teaching age, data was a big, bad, scary word that everybody was afraid of. And so having these meetings where you break down the data and say, hey, this is what the data says. These are the areas that we're looking at, like, what do you get from the data? Because an interpretation can come many different ways. And like, you know, as the teacher, is this matching up with what you see in the classroom? Why do you think it's not? Like, having some of those, like, literally drill down to the student conversations of, why is this kid showing up this way, but your interpretation of them is, you know, much
But it's
higher or
Taking
lower.
that information and being able to like make it better.
Yeah, and like work with
Right.
that to improve the areas that we're identifying as
I
a
think
problem.
it's- I
So
think it's
it's working as a tool, great, but again, it's a tool.
Right.
And it needs to be viewed as a tool. It's just the best tool we also have to prepare for state testing. And there's not really a great tool for that in general. And you don't want to teach to the test anyway, so.
Right.
So it comes down to getting the data results and for the teacher to differentiate instruction.
100%.
basically.
Yep.
That's what it comes down to, it's differentiating instruction based on the results of the data.
And which is what we want.
Oh,
Right.
that's
For
definitely-
And this staff is getting so much better. They got another year under their belt of
It's
doing data
fantastic.
meetings, and it's a
Yeah.
lot of data that it collects to
Yeah.
take that in just a year.
And the conversations are a lot richer because like,
Right.
now we've done it and they're comfortable and they know that it's not like, again, data was a big, bad, scary word. So usually if there's data, there's an evaluated piece with data. And so like, we've taken that out of it, right? It's just like, how do we address this data and how can we make things better? And I think that's made the teachers comfortable and they're able to kind of work off of that and really get down to what we're looking at. So, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
I just want to throw this out there. As a parent, when I was looking at schools, when I look at schools, I look at the state testing website to see where the school I'm interested falls on. When I came to OTA, it was a 9. I think it's really important for enrollment and for bringing in students to get our state testing up higher than what it is right now. There are practice state tests that the kids can take if, how you were saying, like,
Sometimes it's simple,
The
just know how to
method-
take it.
yeah, the method of how to take it, they're not used to, and that could be affecting them. There are options to try to fix that.
Yep.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Okay, my last few things should go very quickly.
Okay.
The first one is, I am asking the board tonight to vote to reopen enrollment for this school year. I think this can help with some things. What I wrote in the board report is I'm asking the board to open enrollment for the current year. This is important for our school because it may help with budgetary issues this year, but will for certain help with budgetary issues next year, if we're able to kind of execute it the way we've discussed. So I'm asking for that.
So that is down on the approval of, just as you guys are, going to vote for things. Next thing is there was an update to the student parent handbook, page 40. It's been updated. And then Bob, you had a request that did not get in there that we're gonna add to the approval, and I'm gonna write that in. What was it?
In the handbook, it says Pledge of Allegiance weekly or daily. It should be the Pledge of Allegiance is said daily.
Okay, so we will make that correction. I'll find where that's at. So you're also voting on that also. That was a request from Bob to have that in there and
Where does
changed.
it say we have to pledge daily?
It says, I
It
think.
should be daily.
I think it says daily or weekly, and I think I actually am the one that changed it when we had the 2019 version updated. Because at the time we weren't doing it in the school and weekly allowed us to do it on Friday flag.
Right.
But we've now moved back to doing it weekly.
Student parent handbook.
Yep.
Cause I had initially asked him to update the last page, which was the board information. It was still showing Natalie, and all of that, but
And all that was updated, and so when you approve, it's really just page 40, which we pulled out separately. And then this update that Bob is requesting as far as that vote as well.
Yeah, I actually am not sure that I 100% agree with doing it daily for a couple of reasons. I just, in terms of just being, sensitive to everyone in the school. I know the independent schools that I'm aware of in the area, they do it on Friday. So I was not surprised when I came here from independent school that we were also doing it on Friday. And I feel that, there are students that say for religious reasons, don't say the,
Sure, and they're not forced
every
to.
day. No, I'm not saying
Nobody
they're-
is forced
Oh, I'm
to
not,
do.
may I finish? And so to me, I mean, I think it's great that we do it on Friday because it gives us all that do say it, a chance to say it, but I guess I don't find it necessary to create an uncomfortable situation, especially for the younger children on a daily basis where there's something going on in the classroom on a daily basis that they're not able to participate in. So that's my personal thought
Sure.
on it, just as a
I,
considerate member of the community.
I like it as an opening of the formal, we're now in
concur.
class.
Yeah.
We're now, this
Mhm.
class is convening.
Right.
I
And this
think
is
there's
how we
many
started.
ways we can convene class that don't have to make any particular student, particularly for a religious reason, have to feel uncomfortable.
Like what?
Lots of religions that don't say the Pledge of Allegiance.
No, I'm saying, how would you initiate class? What formal procedure would you
Welcome to
use?
class, children. Students can choose. We could have a teacher that doesn't say the Pledge of Allegiance. Are we only hiring teachers that say the Pledge of Allegiance now?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so then I think to have that be a requirement, if we have a teacher that doesn't feel comfortable saying the pledge, do we have someone come lead the pledge in their class?
One of the
each day?
students could lead the pledge.
Correct.
The teacher doesn't always do it.
Actually, the teachers.
I just think,
Just FYI, the teacher never does it. It's done through a video
all-
now that's done by Miss Miller that's sent out. So they do like a,
That's easy.
led by a pledge video.
And if the
Every
children
morning?
don't want to oblige, then
They
they
play
can
it every
just step
morning?
out for a second.
okay, well, I personally find that to be inconsiderate to the student population as a whole. So that's my position on
Well,
it.
because the
here's what
pledge does reference God and, it could, assume.
Yeah, okay.
It references God, so that's another thing. There's people who feel that they don't pledge to something that's higher than God. There's people who don't want to say God, and there's all sorts of reasons why.
So would we have a note for them to not?
Well, you don't need a note. You
Well,
don't have
to this, I would say you guys can decide if this is being added into the vote or not. That's up to you guys. It doesn't have to be. It was a request by Bob. I got that email and I just neglected to get it changed and updated. So how
Because
you guys.
historically, the school, it has been daily.
Sure, and so how you guys
Since
decide to do
I've
that?
been here, I wasn't aware of that. And again, coming from independent school, the independent schools do it on Friday in San Diego. So I assume that since we do many things similar to what we do in independent school, that we were continuing with that.
I think she means private, Bob, too. Is that what you mean by?
School.
Private.
Private schools.
Private
Yeah,
school.
yeah.
Private schools have Friday flag just
Well,
like we
private
do.
schools had prayer. 'cause that's what I
Private,
had.
private schools do the pledge every day also. I was a
Francis Parker
principal
does
for
it,
30
so-
years.
Well, that is.
They did it
that's a
every
religious
day.
school.
What?
Well, certainly, that's my opinion, so I'm just sharing.
No,
Okay, thank you.
Well, and as a
Yeah,
board, you
we're
guys
not-
can
we're
decide whether
just-
to
yeah.
vote to add that or hold that and add it later. I'm gonna let you guys decide that when you get
We'll
to
figure it out.
approval.
To be consistent with what, we've been doing before and practicing what's on the agenda, we vote on it. Could we look to add it at the next?
You
Yeah,
guys can do however you want.
We need
well, it's gotta be,
We
it's
need a
got,
minute to
Yeah,
discuss.
it's gotta be on the next.
Yeah,
on the
that's
next
fine.
agenda.
Because it
It's
wasn't
not
on-
agendized.
On this
Yeah,
one, but,
correct.
and, I don't think, and this update to the handbook was just a random thing that it wasn't planned.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere.
I didn't realize that you had emailed him, otherwise we could have looked into, but we could.
It's, Bob, it's on me that it didn't get there. I wanna be very clear though. No, that was on me. I
Thank
got-
you.
Yeah, I got the email.
For that one.
All right, well,
Yeah, that was-
All right, perfect.
Everything on page 40 is updated, so we'll.
Yes,
yeah,
40 is
that's perfectly
updated
fine.
with correct board emails,
That was the only
melodies,
thing I was updating.
everything, so we'll look to, we'll figure that out.
The last thing on my list is the building lease update. As of, and I put it in here so I can give you the correct date. As of Thursday, February 13th, OTA and Pacifica Leasing Company agreed upon an amendment to extend the lease of the current OTA building for 2 more school years ending in August of 2027, with a hope that we would then be moving into our new building that we discussed earlier today. So that one was a big deal. Wanted to share that with you guys. And that concludes my board report. Are there any additional questions?
Not on my end. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Dr. Quesada. What question do you have, sir?
Just looking into 2027, I'm assuming there's probably some mechanism or scenario, school isn't ready to open over that, if they're going to extend.
Sir, we're not putting that into the universe. We're not even gonna talk. We're not even talking about that right now. I will say this,
We
I
can get
will
it
say
done,
this.
we can get it done.
As a difference in.
It's all gonna work out.
Yeah, as a difference in rent for the year, we pay roughly about $550,000 to be here, each year. We will be paying $120 to be there all year.
Excellent, wonderful.
$10 a month, once we get to that new building. So
Fabulous.
2 years, we gotta get there and it'll
Oh,
clear a lot of the
such a
budget
long
stuff we
2
continue
years.
to talk about.
Yeah,
So, did wanna, end it, Dr. Quesada, if that happens, we will have had to have created a plan by then because there's a lot contingent on, this is the plan. So,
What is it, rent on a monthly basis? or contingent?
yeah, I don't know what that looks like, so we'll have to figure that out.
But the great thing is that the new school will be like a full K through 12.
Yeah.
So it'll be,
The new school's initially gonna open as K through 12,
I don't think it's gonna open as a K through 12,
Oh,
that is the
I'm
goal
sorry.
to expand it to.
eventually get it
Yeah.
there,
all right,
because the space is there available.
right.
for the
I didn't think about opening it up bigger in 2 years, that's never crossed into my head, yeah. Yeah, maybe that's for a different meeting as well. I like where your energy's at, though, that's a good question about that. Any questions for any of my board report? I apologize that it was lengthy, but had some things to get through tonight. Okay, so then, that's
I
it.
move to approve the consent agenda.
With which calendar being voted on, because that has to be defined.
Oh, we have to define
We have
that.
to
Yeah, you
do
can't
So that has to be a separate vote then.
It can be, my understanding is you could just say which one you were voting on and
Do
lump it in there, but if I'm
I-
wrong about that.
You wanna amend it to, I like the one the teachers left myself.
I'm okay with the teacher's preference as well.
For the 18th.
Which is the August 18th start.
So then we could just
18th.
include it,
As August start on, so we can approve with, or if everybody's
Oh, okay.
okay with it.
I'll amend the motion
Okay.
and add to it approval of the August 18th start date calendar.
Ms. Miller, that's the
There's a
first one,
second.
right?
This is the
First
third calendar.
Right, the first choice for teachers.
Yes, first choice teachers.
Yeah,
Okay, and we have a second, so all in favor of approval 1 through 7?
I,
Aye.
And that's everybody. I just, would like to say that for number 5, I'm gonna vote against that one. We're opening up.
you can't vote separately. I moved the whole agenda.
So we would have to amend.
Or you can vote against all of it.
You can vote against all of it or none of it.
Oh, so, okay, so I
If you wanna
think
break
then-
something out, we have to do it
Oh,
now that we're.
okay, so then we need to further
No,
amend the vote or break something out.
Okay, it's fine. I'll vote,
And
I'll vote yes for all of it. but just for the record, I do not like opening up
Well,
enrollment. So, but, okay, so all in favor? We all agreed aye. Any opposed? None. Any abstentions? None. Okay, approved.
Good.
And so I'd like to welcome Del and Alvin as official board members. Welcome. Welcome.
Take two.
Oh, the work you just signed up for.
Oh, I know. But we all love each other.
Yes,
Closed session?
yes, closed session. So you guys can, hop over here for closed. And are you guys all going to?
We're live, Judy, or Miriam, sorry.
Nothing to report in closed session. The meeting is adjourned as of 9:43. Thank you.